today we are going to be working on a multiplayer survival game made in Unity 5. We're going to start out with the basic networking, getting a player into a level, and having him move around and stuff, and we'll see where we're able to get to. Hopefully pretty far today. So the first thing I want to do, I know I'm going to need a online and offline scene. So let me go ahead and create a scenes folder. And go into it. And I'm just going to save 2 scenes. I call this one lobby. It'll be our offline scene. And I don't know, I might go ahead and call it something like map 1 for our online scene. Okay, I was just checking the audio. Make sure that y'all can actually hear me, because I've had some videos on YouTube that have come out. I've sit there and done a whole tutorial and can't hardly even hear me, so hopefully that's fixed. So let's go ahead and go back to our lobby. We're going to create an empty game object. I'm going to call it Network Manager. And then I'm going to create a new scripts folder, and new C# script, and I'm going to create a network manager script. And by the way, if you don't have Unity, Unity is free. You can go to unity3d.com and there's a big Get Unity Now button. It's a really good engine. I've heard that even though Unreal may be more powerful, Unity still kind of comes up on top just because of its ease of use, and pretty much if you do things right, anything you can do in Unreal you can do in Unity. Some things may be harder, some easier, but okay, we're going to need to use Unity engine.networking, and we're going to change this to a network manager so that we can inherit from the default network manager that Unity provides, and it'll just give us some things we can override in the future to kind of customize our game even further than what the built-in network manager allows. And we're going to add this component to our network manager object, and then we're going to go up here to build settings, and I want to add these 2 scenes. And there we go. A little bit of lag there. Alrighty, so we have our network manager set up. I want to add the offline and online scene, and I guess the next thing we need to do is actually create a basic player that it can spawn in whenever we go into the online scene. And I'm just going to use for now the FPS controller from the default standard assets. Okay, so making sure the mic wasn't muted. Okay, so we have our FPS controller. I'm just going to drag him up here. I'm going to rename this to player. And let's see, we need a prefabs folder. Keep things nice and organized. And I'm just going to create a prefab of that. And then over here in the network manager. Oh. First, let's add a network identity to the player. Okay, and this will be a local player. Okay, that should be good. Let's apply. Let's go ahead and add this to that slot. Okay. And for now, we're going to use a network UI network manager HUD. This will basically just give us some UI elements to get into the game, test things out. We will eventually be changing that to our own UI. But for now, we just want to get the basics done and kind of get things moving along. Because I found if you're not on a team or something like that, if you're not continually making progress, you kind of get bored with it, and you give up on whatever it is you're wanting to do. But as long as you keep doing cool things, seeing progress, it really helps keeping you focused and keeping on going. Okay, so let's go to our online scene. Let's get out 2D mode. I'm just going to create a plane for the floor. Make it a little bit bigger. And get rid of the main camera, because our player prefab will contain a camera right there. Very good. Let's see, where's this? Let's zero that out and make sure the plane's zeroed. Yep. Let's move. I want to move the plane. We'll move the player up. There we go. Let's get rid of that because it's annoying. Let's see. I guess what we can go ahead and do is, because I hate white. I hate staring at white. Let's create a folder. Test materials. Eventually we'll put in a terrain, and you know what? Let's go ahead and do that. I don't want to play around with it. Terrain, and for this map, I'm going to turn off light mapping for a little while. 500 is fine, but I want more resolution. So 1248 should work pretty well. Control base. Just go and make those. Let's see, and then I want to zero out this terrain. Right now it has its anchor in the lower left corner, so I want the center of the terrain to be at the center of the scene. And we're gonna need some ground textures. If you don't have any, you can go to import package and go into environment, and you can get some pretty nice free ones, though they do get boring pretty quickly. Let's see, I have bought some cheap terrain textures. I've actually bought a ton of crap. Let's see, where are you? Here they are. And I think these two are just a few dollars on the asset store. They're really worth it. They contain 3 or 4 maps, and if you have Relief Terrain Pack, which really makes your terrains look pretty, better than the default shader used in Unity for terrain, these textures fit in very well with the Relief Terrain Pack. And since there's so many textures, it's going to take a while to import. So one thing that I want to do with this game is, I've looked at other online survival games like DayZ, H1Z1, and it seems like one of the most popular things is the Battle Royale, and I'd kind of call it like an Outlast game mode, and that's actually what I want to try to accomplish first, is a Outlast game mode where you just load up the game, enter a queue, and you're placed in a match, and maybe have some sort of back-end system that will match players against each other, and actually use the player's client as a server. Choose a random person within that match, tell them they're gonna host it, and then give and Unity has the matchmaking service, which does a lot of that for us, and we'll get into later, but that's kind of the end goal for this first piece. And then probably after the Outlast mode, work on a survival type server mode that will persist player data. And since I don't want to run the servers for a game like this, probably have it where it uses some type of file-based storage. Save out each character, the items, anything that persists between the servers starting up and shutting down. Save it in JSON or something, and save it to the file system, and then load that back up when the server starts up. I think it's finally finished. Come on. Wow, this is taking a long time. But also, my computer is pretty old. At the time I bought it, paid a pretty penny for it, but it's been about, probably 4 or 5 years, so it's pretty old. But one good thing about it is, if we make the game on an old computer, and we know it runs on my crappy old computer, then it should run on a very wide range of computers if it ever gets released. if it probably... This is sort of one thing against Unity, but again, it could be my crappy computer, is I hate importing packages, especially large ones. You know, like this warehouse model, and it would take a while because it has a bunch of textures and models and stuff. Oh, I guess now it's just now finally importing them. Crap. But at least now we can see some progress. It's not just stuck. But like I said, these two packages, they have a ton of good terrain textures in them, and I'm pretty sure it's for less than $5 a pack, which makes it very, very attainable. And you know, to make a decent game, unless you're kind of the rare breed who can both make good quality art and program, you're gonna have to spend some money. And the asset store is the best place I've found to buy reliable products. You know, the community within Unity is awesome. Usually if you go do a Google search, Unity 3D character model, you'll find a ton of free ones. If you ever get stuck on a script, just Google it, add Unity 3D to it, and you'll probably find an answer on the Unity 3D forums or in their actual answers section. So I'm trying to find a good ground one. And one thing I noticed that I want to get out of the way first is, let's go ahead and move this terrain object or asset. And I'm going to call this map 1 terrain. Just go ahead and add some sort of texture. Let's see. I probably should have added the other package. But we'll keep up with that. And like I said here, there's different maps. Well, there's the texture, and then you have the normal, or not normal, height map, normal map, specular map, and we just need the normal for the default Unity shader. Okay. First thing I want to do is make sure that our first person player can actually move around. Now one thing is, since we've assigned it a network identity, and there's no network to turn it on, we're going to have to turn this on ourselves, and that was loud. playback devices. Let's turn down Unity just a little bit. That's alright, I guess. Okay, so our player can go in, walk around. That's like we have everything we need for it right now. So we can go ahead and remove him. Down here in scripts, I'm going to create a player script. And this will be on every player in the game. And we're going to need to use, let's see, and I can actually, there we go. Might be easier for you to read if you're following along in the YouTube video or on the Twitch VOD. Networking. Excellent. And this will actually be network behavior. And like I said, this player script is going to be on every every player that's in the game. Now there's some things for remote players that we do not want active on their game object. And I am going to fix that right now. Let's see, it does not need... Actually, let's bring it out here for a second. And to actually have a visual representation in-game, I'm going to add a cylinder, parent it, zero it out. Oh, not a cylinder. My God, no. Capsule is what I want. Zero it out. And I'm just going to call this like a body for now. That we need to be able to see remote players. So, what I'm going to do is, since there's going to be more remote players than local players, you know, there's in this game only going to be one local player, I'm going to disable on the game object what the remote players don't need. So they don't need a character controller, a first person controller. They will need an audio source for things like footsteps, and they will need the body. They will not need the camera. And instead of just disabling those components, I'm going to disable the entire game object. So we have the audio source, the identity, the player, and the body for remote players. That sounds right. One thing else they will need is a network transform. Yes. Apply. Excellent. This little thing here, the network transform, it's going to sync the position and rotation of the players, but with the default settings, it doesn't really do that great of a job. It looks a little twitchy, a little choppy. I'm going to play around with it for a little while to, later on to see if I can get it to smooth out on its own. Maybe do a little bit more research on it. But if we can't get it to look good with the network transform, we'll probably have to do our own component where we sync the position and then lerp it and smooth it out, and probably have to do crazy unfun things like client-side prediction, historical interpolation. Not very fun things to code, but we'll probably end up having to be honest. I'm going to play around mainly with this one. Whenever we get to it, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. There's something I want to add to the body of this dude. To our dude. Mainly just so we can see the rotation. This is going to be like our little... That's not a very good spot, but... Okay. Let's see, where is our camera? Oh, we can't see our gun. Let's change that. Where is... Oh, our camera's way up there. We don't want it way up there. Let's move it on down. There we go. Let's see, is the player off? Yeah, it's off. It's not on the ground, which is not good. So I just... Let's see, I think it's at 1, yeah. Let's move the body up to 1. Cube's alright. See, that may need to be 2. Yeah, there we go. Excellent. I think we can now get into code. Let's save that prefab by applying it. And in the start here, we're going to use a variable provided by the network behavior if is local player. We are going to want to enable the character controller. So let's make this a little bigger. We're going to want to enable the first person controller, and it's in standard assets dot characters dot first person dot first person controller dot enable equals true. Let's see. And we I'm considering disabling the body, but then that would disable our gun too. We're probably going to end up with 2 separate bodies, because if the player looks down, we want them to be able to see something, but we don't want clipping issues to happen, which can happen once we get into the model stuff. You know, you might see the backside of the character's head if you put the character into a regular character model that's meant for third person, unless you can disable the head, but we'll get into that later. Okay, that should work pretty well. Let's apply this. I'm not going to disable the body for the local player right now. But what I am gonna do is do the transform dot find child first person character and get its game object set active true. Yes, that should work. So if this is a local player, it's going to enable our controller stuff and our first person character. Game object, it's going to set it to active. It's going to turn on the camera and the audio listener, which is what we want. And we do not want this player in the scene already. be good. Let's go back to our lobby scene. We can go ahead and get rid of this player. We don't need him. Let's see what happens. We're gonna land host. Oh, cool. Okay. Notice whenever we run, we see the clipping issue with the body. This little, right in the middle of the screen, that little gray line that pops up, that's actually the, that capsule that we added. Whoa. That was just my mouse acting weird. Alright, so we can run around, there are no errors. Let's get out of the game. Let's try to build and run. Let's add another remote. Actually, first, I want to go back to our online scene. Let's see, is this 00? Yes, it is. I'm just going to add some landmarks so we don't see just a flat plane. That's too much. Not all that great, but some landmarks at least. Alright, I could sit there and do do that all day and it'd never look good. So I'm not an artist. I suck at art. Let's see. We can save this scene. Go back to our lobby scene. Let's build and run. Build and run. And I am going to save this in, not assets, this one. And create a new folder called builds. And call it survival game. Let's see, I wonder if you all will be able to see this. If it's in window mode. I hope so. It should, because I think I have it on desktop, so it should be good to go. We're gonna host it over here in the editor. And we're going to be a client. Oh, there we go. Let's see. We're still about a foot off the ground. I think it has something to do with that body. Being a little weird. Yeah, let's see how unsmooth the movement is. Let's turn off the lighting. It don't help too much. yeah, that's... What's weird is the rotation looks pretty good. Oh, I bet it's... Let's try something real quick. We do not want to sync the rigid body. We want to sync the transform. Oh, let's see what this does to it. File, build, and run. A little bit better. See what movement looks like in the actual game. Let's back up some. Ooh, I do not want to edit the tray. There we go. Yeah, see, it still kind of skips along. Let's play with that interpolate factor some on that network transform, see if it does anything. And one thing that I haven't really mentioned yet, but notice how quickly we were able to get in-game and sync movement. I mean, if you had your own networking library to build just that much, it would have taken you all day to do it. You know, we just added a few components, you know, written hardly, 3 lines of code, maybe 4, and we're already pretty far along in a network-based game. You know, nowhere near to the end, but I've used Lidgren, the free networking C# library for projects in the past, and you know, it's a great library. It's very customizable, and it's C#, so you don't have to tie your server to Unity, but you know, you pretty much just send types all the time, bytes, ints, floats, and then you've got to read it and, you know, do code to like move your character yourself, where with the network transform, you know, it's kind of taken care of. It's not doing that great of a job right now, but let's play around with it. I want to see what the difference is between sync transform and sync character controller, just for a little bit of optimization. Let's see. Well, we'll leave it full 3D right now, but we did change it to character controller. Let's just see what it looks like now. Okay. Let's get that zoomed out view. wrong way. Yeah, that looks worse. So that was not the way to go. Let's go back to transform. And let's play around with this interpolate factor. Oh, let's change it to 5, see what happens. And one thing I'm going to change while I'm thinking about it. So I'm going to disable that splash screen. Let's sort of get a good view. I can't really tell a difference between the original 1 setting and 2 or 5. We changed it to 5. Let's see what it looks like. It's still, it's not perfectly smooth. But maybe once we get a third-person character in for the remote player and it's animating, it may not be all that noticeable, but yeah, we can go ahead and move on for now. Let's see. The next thing I want to do is name our game object once it is spawned, and I want to do this both on the client and on the server. So I'm going to do it outside of that is local player, and we can just do that by name. Let's see what kind of things we have available inside the network behavior. I'm looking for like a ID, and this is what I want. I want the net ID. String. I can just test this out real quick. Yeah, here we go. So we are player 1. Awesome. That's out of the way. And let's fix that our makeshift weapon from being static. And so we may have to redo a few things, kind of thinking ahead. I'm going to move the gun up here to the object with the camera on it. And instead of just disabling this object, what I'm going to do is disable those cameras and the audio listener and just go ahead and turn them on in here. First person care. Go. Get rid of that. Named it weird. And we want to get the camera and enable it. And then we want to get the audio source. And audio source or listener. True. What's the matter with that? Oh. Okay, so that's going to be active, but the camera's not going to be good. We do want the gun to show up because we will be syncing. It's Y, I think. Nope, not Y. Z? Nope, not Z. Y, X, the only thing left. Yep, Z. Or X. And from our little test earlier, it needs to be moved down. Just a tad bit, not that much. Oh, there you go. About right there. Okay, since we had to change some of the structure, well, for now, if is local player, I'm going to go ahead and disable that body game object, so we don't have to worry about the clipping that we saw earlier. And let's set object, let's set active false. Okay, so we've disabled that. We have enabled the camera and audio listener. Good. Let's apply the prefab. Let's get rid of it in our lobby scene. And let's see what happens whenever we play. Okay, we are not activating. Oh. We forgot to assign the first person character game object down here in the component. And we can do that just by dragging it over here in the inspector. That way we don't have to write code for getting it. Let's save that. There we go. Much better. Let's see, I'm going to go ahead and what should we do next? We should probably go ahead and sync the weapon. And I'm going to do this through a network transform child. The target's going to be the gun. And what was it we said? We just need the X. See, target movement threshold, interpolate movement, yes, rotation, compress rotation. I'm not sure what that compresses and how it does it, so we'll leave it alone for now. Let's apply that and get rid of it. And we're going to go ahead and try it in a Hello Actress 26. If you're still on the channel. Okay. So our naming's working pretty good. But it's not syncing our weapon, is it? And I may... Let's see. Our gun. Wrong one. Yeah, it should just be X. Let's try something. I've never used this network transform child before. We may have to do it manually. I don't really want to, but let's just try full 3D and see if that works. Save it. And let's build and run it again. Nope, still not syncing it. So, we're gonna have to do it manually. Let's go and get rid of it. And this is probably more efficient anyways to do it manually. We're going to use a sync var and sync a... actually, we just need a float. Call it aim. Aim rotation. Aim X rotation. To send things from a game object on the client to the server, we're going to use a command, and all commands have to be have the command attribute, and then they have to start, the method name has to start with CMD, and we are going to call this update aim X float X. And anything within this command method, even though the client will call it, like we will probably call it in a IE enumerator, update aim. So like on the client, we're only going to run the update aim on the client, and the client's just going to call, it's going to actually call it, and you would normally think, well, whatever's in that method is going to get run on the client, but Unity does some magic with the attributes, and nothing within this method right here is going to get ran on the client. It's only going to get ran on the server. It's sort of like a RPC, if you're familiar with those. Let's see, and we're going to need a reference to the gun object. I'm trying to think ahead and do it in a way where we can have multiple weapons in the future. We may just end up parenting those to the gun object, and yeah, that way we can just use one object, or reference one. Gun, game object, gun, game object. Let's just make this a transfer. For now, just go and access its transform dot rotation dot x, or actually dot Euler dot x. And here we need to determine an update rate of how many messages we want to send a second. To update this for remote players, and then we can name it let's see, aim update rate. Let's see. Just wanting to make sure I hadn't accidentally muted the microphone. So, down here we're going to want to keep calling this update aim function over and over and over again. Later on we can add some logic to save some messages, but for now we're just going to call it something like every 0.2 seconds. So while the application is running or is playing, we're going to do that, and then we're going to yield yield return new, wait 4 seconds, and do something like 0.2 seconds. So this is pretty much just going to keep calling that update aim every 0.2 seconds. And here on the server we're going to update that sync var because it's the only the server can update sync vars. So we're going to do aim x rotation equals x. And then here we're going to go and call the update, the standard update function, create it. And if we're not the local player, then we need to update the gun's aim. So aim or gun go transform dot rotation or actually Euler angles equals let's see, how can we do this? Okay, let's do it like this. New vector 3. This is going to be we're going to go ahead and cache a reference to the transform, to the gun transform. And we're going to get it in the start. And if you don't know, caching things kind of improves performance quite a bit. Yes, it does. Gun transform. Let's see, and we can just use mathf.lerp from our current x that should to our new aim up, not aim update rate, but aim x rotation, and we can keep the others 0 for now. Oops, there we go. Why is that expected? Oh. Let's see, lerp. Lerp is going to want something to smooth it out by. For now, aim lerp rate. It's going to equal maybe something like 4. The aim update rate, it's going to be 0.2f for float. I hate writing long crap like this. There we go. Fix the name on that. Okay, so if it's not a local player, we're going to be lerping the x value, keeping the others the same. guess the only thing left to do is to start up this update aim function. And we only want to do that if we're a local player. So we can start the coroutine. Update aim. Let's build and run and see what happens. Oh, we forgot to, or I forgot to assign some references. That would have been bad. And also, we need to get rid of this player from the lobby. We do not want a player running around in the lobby. Start up a host. Well, it looks kind of like we're getting somewhere finally. We're getting somewhere, but it's not a good somewhere. It's not a good somewhere at all. I know what we're gonna do. Eventually, we're gonna need to know where the client is aiming at. So why don't we go ahead and do that? What I'm going to do is change this to a vector 3, and we're going to change this to aim position. This is going to be the position in the world space of where we are aiming at. And here, what we can do I don't know if this will work, but look at aim position. Now we may have to kind of play around with that to get it right. And vector 3, change the command, aim position, costs, aim position equals aim costs. And let's see, down here in update aim, we are going to need a reference to, we already have a reference to that, very good, to the first person character object. We are going to have to do a raycast out from the first person camera. And we can just go ahead and we need the camera's transform, which is excuse me. So we've got our cam transform, and we're going to want to send a raycast out in front of it. So physics, raycast hit physics. The origin is the cam transform dot position. The direction is vector3 dot forward, and we want our hit to be outed. And can we set a max distance to this? I think so. Let me make sure. Yeah. Okay, so max distance. We can update this later with, you know, like the, if we need to with the guns, if we don't use projectiles and stuff, but for now, let's just keep it at 100 and change this to if. Which it should always hit something since we set a max distance, I'm pretty sure. But now all we need to do is update that aim position via the command. It's going to be the hit dot point, the hit point. Okay, let's see what happens. I don't think it's done anything at all. Well, it's done something funky. What is the forward on the gun? Let's see, I think what we're going to need to do is change it to the opposite. Okay, let's see what happens now. It may actually be working. Oh, that was a wishful thinking, wasn't it? See, we're doing something fundamentally wrong here. Let's see, we're getting where we're aiming at. The aim position. One thing I want to do real quick. Cam transform. I think one problem might be that we're casting this ray out from the camera, and we might actually be hitting the weapon. What is that? Debug. Draw ray. Let's see, we're gonna create a new game object to see where we're aiming at, to make sure that where we're aiming is what we're getting here with the raycast. It's just gonna be a test game object. It's gonna be a sphere. So we don't need that. So we're going to need to create that in the map scene. So that's where we're going to be aiming. And we don't need a collider on it. Let's see. Well, for now it can just be a gray sphere. Oh, let's... If I could spell correctly. And I don't even remember how to spell it. And this is a lot of game development, is sitting here testing things out. You know, this isn't really a proper tutorial because, you know, in a proper tutorial you've already done everything and you're just showing people how, but at least here you kind of get to see the process too. So we have the sphere, getting the sphere, we're updating the sphere's position. Good. Let's go back to the map scene, or lobby scene. Let's make sure that you are saved. Actually, we had better save it with it being activated. I don't know if that matters, but very well could. Hello, JRG Skater. Right now, what I'm doing is just creating something like a battle royale type survival game with a lobby where you gotta do is click a button, it finds or creates a match, and other people, you know, get into it. You know, not truly survival and going out into the into like a wilderness, and you know, with the health and thirst and hunger. But the current goal is to get something like a battle royale that's in H1Z1 or DayZ, something very similar to that. So we better start at the host first. Let me see if it's buffering on my end too. Let me see if it's buffering on my end too. Yeah, I'm over here watching it on a... If you're back in the channel, is it just the voice, or is it the video too that's buffering? if there's anyone else in the channel, is it buffering for you? Is the video buffering, or is the audio buffering, or both, or what? Okay, I'm going to assume that the buffering is over with. I tried it on my end and it didn't look like it was buffering, but doesn't mean someone else isn't buffering. It is being streamed at 720p, which I think is like the higher option in the partnered channels. I think 720p is the best that non-partnered people can do. So what we're trying to do here is to get this sphere to update its position to wherever we're pointing at with the camera. And see, we are having some issues with it updating. Something. Update aim. Let's debug it. Let's see, I am dropping a little bit of frames, but oh no. Okay, console. There's some really weird stuff going on here. not sure if it's grabbing the wrong transform. It won't anymore. Let's see, so every 0.2 seconds we are firing a raycast from the cam transform. Direction forward. Oh, I know what I'm doing. It's just what we were doing, or what I was doing, was shooting it forward in world space, and from 0, and oh man, a lot of wasted time just on one little thing like that. Yes, it has been. We just didn't apply. There we go. Finally. Okay. Let's see, we want to get rid of this if statement. Because even if we're not hitting something looking forward, like we're looking up into the sky, we still want the position. There we go. All is good. See, I know, I keep hovering over in that and see the yellow and thinking, because I know in the guides it says something about 1700 bit rate, but usually I can sustain 2.5 or 2500 pretty good. So I don't know, we may have to lower it if more people say it's buffering. Or might just change it to 480p. I know on YouTube videos I can still read things pretty good at 480p, so let's see. So actually we didn't do anything here. Command update aim, hit point good. Transform look at the aim position. I'm not sure. This is a time we look up something from Unity, from either the forums or the answers part. Let's see. Unity3D. Look at x1 axis. Let's see, target equals target transformed at position. Yeah, I don't think that would work. Target, yep, target body. Let's try. This one. Target position. Wait, this. Let's see what they say on the forums. Because we only, you know what? Let's go back to trying to use the network transform child, the target is the gun, let's apply that. Let's see if we can get that child network transform to working. We need to build a player to connect to. So we should be pointing up, but it's not affecting it at all. Oh, this should be, I guess, on this? No. Let's see. Network transform child. Target is the gun transform. Okay. I think I know one way of solving it, but it's not gonna be pretty. Let's go and change this to the aim update rate. Wow. It is still not working. Let's see here, the gun. Okay. It's not changing the rotation at all. Oh my lord. Oh, and I bet now the no. Oh wow. Okay. Wow. Okay, so the problem, I'm pretty sure, is we were syncing the target, or the rotation of the gun. Bad news is, rotation of it never changes. The camera does. So yeah, this I'm pretty sure that is or was the problem. And let's see, how long did it take me to figure that out? About an hour? I'm just hoping it's finally done so we can move on to something else. Yeah, it's working now. Wow. I'm sorry, guys. If I don't think anybody even stuck around during that, but if you did, sorry. Let's make sure, yeah, it's not all that smooth. Actually, I think it's the root transform that's... yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, so I guess... we have the player, it can move around. We know where it's pointing, or at least the gun. Let's see. I think let's see, there's two choices for combat. One is we actually fire a projectile, see if it hits anything. That would be done on the server. Or the client can do a raycast, see if it hits something. If it does, it sends that to the server. The server could then check and make sure that makes sense, that the client could actually hit that object and where it hit it at, and then does damage, or and sends it out to everyone else. The projectile one sounds like the best one, but if you take something like a machine gun, that's gonna be a lot of objects that you'd have to track. Whereas if you just use the first method of kind of letting the client determine what it hits, I think for now, for going just the easy route, just let the client say, hey, I hit this. I think that would probably be the best for now. Let's see if we can get rid of those. And okay. So what we want to do now is to let the client say, hey, I fired my weapon, and then it hit this. You know, it'll send two things. The thing that says it fired it, and then call a method saying it hit it. Alright, the dog was barking. I hope I muted it quickly enough. Doubt it, but sorry. And I will be right back. I'll take a short little break. Alright. I think the dog is settled. For now. For anyone that is in the channel, have you seen any buffering? And I don't think there's anyone in here right now. Alright, but we will continue on faithfully. So, what we want to do is try to find, or to try to get some sort of basic combat in. And we're going to do that whenever we press the right mouse button. So, I'm going to go ahead and create a function called local player update. And pretty much what we're going to do is if in the update we go if is local player, then we call the local player update. This is just to kind of keep it clean. And we are going to see if input.get mouse button down. Let's see. I just for right now one click. I think one is the left mouse button. Let's double check that. Okay, so left is 0. Alright, so like we had before with the physics raycast, we're going to want to do it again. And we're going to go from the camera transform. So if physics, let's see, we're going to need to define the hit. Forward, out, hit, 100, 50-yard range, 50. .50-meter range. Alright, so we hit something. Right now we're just going to track and see if it's a player, so let's get the object. Get tag. So I think we're gonna have to do dot tag dot compare to. I think they added a new way of doing this. I'm familiar with. Should tell me. If hit.transform.tag. Maybe if I did it right. Okay, that works. Let's see. The first thing we need to do is, one, send a message saying that, hey, we fired. So, let's make a command. Command, do, fire. Void. See, we can actually do this and do this raycast stuff on the server if we stick it in this command. And then on the local player, all we have to do is do the command do fire. Let's go ahead and create a variable for health. And it's going to be a sync var, attribute, public, actually int. Health equals 100. Okay, if we add the server callback attribute to a component, then it's only going to get called on the server. So let's do something like take fire, and then what we're going to do is do health minus Unity engine dot random 5 to 15. So they're gonna take 5 to 15 health damage when take fire is called. So down here we want to do take fire. Okay. It should work. Now we need a way of displaying the health of the player. Let's make sure this is saved before we get rid of it in the lobby scene. Let's save the lobby scene. Let's go to the map and create a basic UI for our health. And we're going to want that. When working in the UI, I always like to go into 2D mode. See, I'm going to want it in the lower right hand corner. I'm going to set its anchor point to the lower right. That way I can zero it out and do something like health. I'm going to want it to be a white color with an outline so we can see it. And this is just going to be the health label. And we want this one to be the health value. Oops, wrong one. This is the health value. This is the health label. see, what does it look like at 100? Okay, this should work for now. And then over here in the scripts, I'm going to go ahead and create a UI manager. Actually, I'm going to call it, because there's going to be a lobby and a game UI. So, call it Game UI Manager. Over here to the game object, create it. Actually, we will attach it to the canvas directly. Let's open it up. And really all I do is I want a reference to the text object. First, we're going to have to health value text public void. Then we need a method to update that value. Update health value int value health value text and text equals value to string. Alright, and then over here in the player, since so many different things will be calling stuff on the game UI manager, I'm going to go ahead and make a static reference to our current instance of the game UI manager. Down here on start, I'm going to assign the static instance to this. That way we don't have to worry about getting references to the game UI manager. We can always just do something like if is local player, then we need to update our UI instance and update health value, and it'll be health minus damage value. And we still kind of want to keep track of other players' health, I think. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that for now. Oh, that's already synced. So basically, the server is already going to be sending us a health update whenever it calls this take fire. All we need to do is take fire, server callback, call this client RPC, And that has to be... Let me double check that. I believe it has to have RPC in front of the method name. Node actions, commands, yeah, client RPC. Okay, it has to be RPC in front of, or the first 3 letters. Good. And now we just have to call RPC, take dash, and that should trigger that. And we want to go ahead and trigger it instead of, you know, like over here, we could just update the value every frame to the UI, but we also need to know when we get hit later on so we can do things like a hit reaction or, you know, show those red I don't know what you could, pain indicators, I guess, on the camera. That way you know that you're getting hit. And eventually we may pass along like the network ID of the thing that damaged you. And we can do cool things with that. See, command do fire. Oh. Let's see how this works out. Because right now we're doing it on the server, checking if it hit. You know, as we've seen before, the movement's kind of jerky or choppy, so that's going to be reflected on the server too. So it's not going to be entirely accurate. You know, the most accurate way is to, of course, do it on the client. That way it's accurate to that player's version, and then do something like a sanity check on the server to make sure, you know, he's not shooting someone all the way across the map or you know, doing something impossible. Okay, did we add anything? No, we did not. Okay, so let's build and run, see what happens, see if we get our updated stuff. Doesn't. Are we? Oh. One reason might be is that we don't have the tag set up. see, we're gonna host. We have a no reference exception. Oh. Let's go back to the map scene. Let's go to here. At least we know it's working with that no reference exception. It was trying to do something, but stupid me didn't assign the reference in the editor. And I bet that's the cause of 90% of my problems. You know, earlier we were assigning the wrong transform to the network child transform updater component thingy, and yeah, how the game could have been done by now if it wasn't for that little goof up. Okay, let's build and run again. Again, guys, let me know some feedback about if it's buffering. I've been trying to keep an eye on it on my laptop, and I haven't noticed anything, and there's very few frames being dropped. You know, in the 2.5 hours, only 1,000. So I don't. It is being broadcast at 720p. I think I'm going to try to lower that some, or at least the bandwidth. If anyone knows, you know, like what some good settings would be for 720p, let me know. Can't even see the health over here. But yeah, it's getting deducted. Why don't we go ahead and change the raycast to be over here. Maybe it should be used weapon. So this is only going to happen if Better make sure it's not null first. G.get component. Fire. Take dead. Take fire. Oh, I need to do the physics again. This time on the client. If raycast see, one thing we need to do is one of these raycasts might end up hitting the player's weapon, and if so, the weapon really doesn't need collision on it. So we can remove that. That way, raycast won't hit the gun. And yeah, that should be good. Okay, so we're in our local player update, which is just called from the regular update. We check if we want to use a weapon. We do that by if the left mouse button is down, we fire raycast out from the camera forward 100 meters, and then we send that do fire, command do fire, if we hit something. So the server tries to find it, because remember, any code in the commands are only ran on the server. If it's no, nothing we can do about it. If it's actually a player, we call the take fire. The take fire lowers the health. Excellent. Let's test that out, see how it's going. Move this over here for a second. Let's get our cursor back in here. Good. Now we are reliably getting health deducted. Wow. We can miss. Nothing bad happens. For some reason, it's not wanting to stop. Alright, so now that we're getting health taken away, we need to determine if they're dead. And what to do if they are dead. Okay. Let's start off by doing a client RPC. The server's going to say, hey, you're dead. And it's going to take a bool. Let's see if is dead. Let's go down here to the take fire. If health is less than or equal to 0, then we are going to what do we need to do on the server? First, let's just say health equals 0. And then call dead. That needs to be RPC. For now, let's just do is local player, then we need to disable these two things. Because we don't want them moving around. Actually, I think we can just disable the character controller. Yeah. Should work. If it's a remote player, then we need to turn their body off. Now we can do something like If it's false, then that means that, hey, they've revived or respawned. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay. We actually killed something. I can't move. Need to disable the weapon. But, body disappeared. It's cool. Let's fix that. Gun still being active. Let's see if we can disable that for both of them. And go to set active false. Go to set active true. Excellent. Now let's make a respawn button. And let's see, we can make it pretty big. Pretty big. Respawn. And over here in the game UI manager, we want to create a function for on respawn button click. And if so, let's see, we're going to need to know we're going to need a reference to the local player. So, let's see, this can be private. Player, local player. Actually, it cannot be, because we're going to assign it from the player. There we go. Simple as that. And over here on the player, let's create a command. Respawn. And if we are respawning, then let's just call it as PC dead false. I think that's all we have to do, and then it will re-enable everything we need for that player. So we're gonna have to make that a command first. Let's go and make a local player died. Let's get a reference to the respawn button. Okay, at the start of it, we do not want the respawn button to be active, so just deactivate the game object. But whenever we die, we want to set it active. And then we want to get rid of it again if we hit the respawn button. Okay, so over here, if is local player, we need to call the UI manager on local player died. Okay, let's go over here to the respawn button and go over here to its on-click event. Let's add the canvas object and on respawn button click. And actually, we can go ahead and deactivate it here. Let's go back to the lobby. Let's build and run, see what happens. So let's start the host up, and we get a null reference exception. I bet we didn't assign the button. Again, like I said a little while ago, 90% of my problems come from not assigning things in the editor. And we have to build and run again. Let's play, host, client. Okay, so awesome, we are actually getting somewhere now. Except when we click the respawn button, that did not work, did it? Command respawn, it's a command, RPC dead equals false, so we should be getting that one. Feels like we're not actually sending the command. Let's add a quick check to see where we're going wrong. And again, guys, if you notice any issue with the stream, let me know so that I can try to fix it. I think I'm running at too high of a bit rate, actually. Most of the guides I saw were in the 1800 range, but I thought, well, setting it higher can't hurt, but it might affect some people's connections. So I think I'm going to set it back down to about 2000. See if that helps. Okay, so one did die. And two respawned. No. One died to respawn. So that is being called on. Why is it being called on the other one? This is strange. Let's see who's sending the message. Yeah, build and run. Alright, let's kill him. 1 died. Excellent. So this is 1. Let's respawn. Server 2 requested respawn. Oh. Now, I thought that Unity said that if you don't own a game object, then you cannot make commands. Yet, I was on client 1 and I called command respawn on client 2. Yeah, I have to look into that. Oh, and of course I forgot to close it. Of course. Let's see, we want to host, and then we want there we go. 2 died, 2 respawn. Whoa. Oh. We're not resetting the health either on the respawn. Let's go ahead and do that. And I also want to figure out, let's do that before I forget. Command respawn. Equals 100 again. While the player is sitting about a meter off the ground. Actually, be better to in the map scene. Let's get out 2D mode. Let's go to the sphere. Wonder if we're off the ground. Here. No. Strange. I have to look at it more closely. Once we get in game again. Well, let's make sure our health is restored when we respawn. go to player 1. Let's enable the body. So why are we off the ground that much? That is extremely weird. See, we are player 1 in the editor. Body? Oh. See, we don't need a collider on that. Well, no, we don't need a collider on it. But we will need that on for remote players because we need something for the raycast to hit. And I left the game open again, sorry. That's one annoying sound, but it's better than the Windows 7 one. Windows 7 one drove me nuts. This one's getting that way. We're still about a foot off the ground, aren't we? Let's see. Why? Oh. Body is a foot off the ground, I think. Yeah, let's move that down to 1. See how that works out. Yeah. Where we activate the character controller. Yeah, they match up. Yeah. Let's try it again. He was on the ground, wasn't he? Yeah. Awesome. health's not getting reset though, is it? No, it's not. One thing I've noticed is we need a reticule, whatever it's called, the dot in the center of the screen. How do I want to do this? It can be, needs to be a UI element, and it needs to be in the center. And it may need to be something like 5x5. How's that look? Nope. Then it needs to be completely white. You all probably can't see that small. I don't know, for now we can just leave it that big of a dot. That's kind of big for... Save the scene. Let's go back to the map. Or lobby. Come on, I want to go back to the lobby. Why am I not going back? There we go. Let's see. What else do we need? Yeah, so we are updating the health again. Why is that not getting synced? Oh. Let's change this to be health updated. RPC health update. I said I didn't want to do this earlier, but I just don't like having this function. For now, every frame, unfortunately, we will update the health value in the UI. And there goes the dog again. She has to let us know that someone's at home, heaven, or someone's here, heaven forbid she doesn't. And she has to greet them at the door. And if it's just someone going by, she stays at the door and barks. Let's see. Which one did we get rid of? This one. Yeah, this should work pretty well. die. There you go. Let's see. Frames are still okay, I guess. Not constantly dropping frames. Probably be best to go ahead and lower it though, like I said earlier. Let's see. Okay, so we're doing a command do fire. And over here in the command do fire, let's create some effects. I'm in the mood for something a little arty. Let's go to our map scene. And create a bullet. And that will not be our bullet. Our bullet will be something cool. Something like a... not a UI element. Maybe actually, I think it will be a sphere. But it will not be that big. It will be about... how big is a character? Let's see. Compared to the bullet. Let's go and name that bullet real quick. Oh yeah, that's small enough for the test weapon that we have. Let's see, I am going to create a test materials folder so that we can actually get something looking decent. And this is going to be a material. And I just want to color this. Bullets usually yellowish or goldish. That looks good. Or maybe like that. Yes. Okay. Name this test bullet material. And let's just drag that there. And to add some flair, let's add a line renderer to it. Effects. Trail renderer maybe. Oh wow. No, I think... What is... Why? Why in the world is it like that? Why isn't it going away is what I want to know. That'd be better to use a particle. This just looks too weird. Okay. Could have sparkles going on it after it. It's coming at your head with sparkles. That'd be funny. Whoosh. Let's see, and that is forward, so we actually want to turn that thing around. No, yeah, that. There we go. 180, and start color. That might need to be. Yeah, it would be brighter at the beginning. Emission rate. What does that do? I think it's sort of what we want, but we don't want the size to be so big. And see, I'm trying to get it where it's more in a stream. Shape. I bet that's it. Is it? What in the world? Wow. Oh, we want it to be a cone. So how small do we have to get it to be? There we go. That's sort of what I want. Start lifetime. See, actually, color over lifetime. Why can we not do that? Okay. See, down here, we want the. So right now it's white. Let's change this to the yellow color. Good. Then over here we want it to be like pet. Yeah, curve, that's fine. Well, let's edit the curve. Like I said, guys, I suck at art. You can see that pretty clearly. That is not the bullet we'll use in game, but I want to I want to get some type of effect in for shooting. That way we have it. We have the system there. Let's see, wrong window. Fired. So for now, we'll store. I don't know if we can do this. Store prefab in a prefab. Oh, one way of cheating. This is just for testing. May have to do it in game, but since we already have the bullet in the scene down under the train, we can just find it at the start and just make copies of it when we need to. And really we'll want to make an object pool once we start taking this seriously, the performance. Right now we're just trying to get some systems into place. And that's going to be a vector 30. Let's see, so here on the take fire, or command do fire, this is going to be ran on the server. The command do fire is and target position. If let's see, we can just do NPC fired and with the G transform that position. Now this won't work shooting up into space. What we could do, and what we should do, is pass in the hit position to the command hit that point. Hit point. Hit point. And change this to hit point. That way, even if they fire up into the sky, we'll be able to send a bullet on its merry way up. And how do we want to move the bullet? Let's see, we can't. See, I guess on a script we could create a bullet script. And here, something like, there we go. I'll think of a better name in a minute. Let's see, go. We can either LARP it or do something with physics. I think I'd rather LARP it. bool position received false. Received is true. I can type vector 3 destination point. And while we are updating, we will want to do transform.position equals vector3.lerp from our transform.position to destination dot just to the destination and time dot delta time times maybe something fast like 100 maybe. And let's lerp it. And if point received equals false, let's just return. So we haven't set a point yet. And if let's go ahead and set its transform.look at to the destination point 2. That way the particles will actually look like it's coming out of the back of it. Okay, thanks, Paroid? Paroid? I did not know that. So I can store it, like here in the player, I could store like a bullet prefab in here without it actually being in the scene, without the player being in the scene already. Yeah. Let's try it. That way we don't have to have one in the scene already. Bullet prefab. And bullet does not exist. Bullet prefab. New bullet get command. Bullet script. Go to the hit point. That is awesome. I thought I heard them saying something about nested prefabs, and that's kind of why I thought that it wouldn't work, because I know that they were wanting to try to get nested prefabs working, but I guess this isn't really nested. Well, I guess updating nested prefabs is what they were trying to work on. So let's test this out, see what happens. RPC fired. Oh, we need to destroy it when it reaches its destination. Let's see, F destination, vector 3, distance from. Let's build it and see what happens. That's sort of a different thing. Nested prefabs are more about building objects up. Like if you had a tile-based game and put a house on a tile and then wanted to update the house without editing the... Oh, okay. Yeah, I could see where that might be hard to... And then... Oh, I think I finally understand it now. So it's a prefab containing a prefab, but you just want to edit the sub, or I guess the child prefab, because it could be a part of another prefab that's completely different than the one that's on. And that's what nesting is. Okay. Let's see, let's build and run. Okay, so... Oh, wrong scene. Thought we got rid of... Wrong scene. Oh, wow. Okay, so we are getting the bullet. Mini bullets. Mini. And I bet we didn't assign... Bet we didn't put the component on the bullet, did we? Nope. There we go. Parroid, have you messed around with the new networking any? Let's see, it doesn't... Oh, cool. Did you run into many issues with bugs? Yeah, the network transform thing is. You would think that they would have went ahead and took the time to go ahead and make it look good, but and I haven't played around much with these values, so it may look better if. Did you play around with any of the values like the interpolate movement factor and the rotation? I agree with you there. I worked on a separate project that there was really this project before, but I needed to spawn a player, but first I needed to check some credentials that it sent, and you can't really do that whenever it connects, so you have to let it connect first and then send an auth message. And I finally figured it out by actually examining the network manager definition, I guess, and then spawning it in without using the built-in, I'm sure you had to do a bit of that with overriding stuff in the network manager and figuring out what it actually does. Some of these functions in here and when they're called. But yeah, most people that I've saw actually use the networking, they've had to write their own smoothing and stuff. Let's see. So we're not spawning the bullet anymore. What is happening? Transfer destination point. And it might be due to RPC fired. Let's see, let's go and set a position. Okay, so we're calling RPC fired from the game object that did in fact do the firing, so we can spawn the bullet prefab at this position. And we can use the camera transform dot rotation. And what else does it want? Yeah, basically what I had to do was allow the player to connect first without spawning a the player, and then I made a web request to the to a website where the player had already logged in through like a www request, and then they'd already received their token and their security token, and then whenever they would connect to a game server, they would connect, immediately send an auth message on connecting, and then the game server would take that token information, its IP address, hit the web server, check the token and the IP, and then either disconnect the player if it was wrong, or go ahead and spawn the player in. And that's how I had to get around it. Okay, let's try this out now. Close, hurry. There we go. Let's see, something is still. Off. Very off. So we're instantiating the bullet at this player's position and rotation. Game object name fired towards the point string. Yeah, I really wish they had more documentation on their matchmaking too. That's a feature I'd really like to use, but you know, the documentation on it is trying to find the one page that has, is it this one? Yeah. And yeah, so not much to go on with their matchmaking service, and the little bit that I did play around with it, you know, like for a match, this is pretty much all the information that they give you, and then you could write to a dictionary like a string and a long value to a dictionary to include with the match information. And I didn't see any point in using longs for the value in the dictionary, but two fire towards 0.3. I'm betting it's getting destroyed about as soon as it spawned. Well, there's the bullet. Okay, they're all headed towards the origin. Or they're being spawned there. Transformed that position. Alert from this position to destination. Client RPC. So we are sending the fire command. It is getting sent. Good. RPC fired. Okay, so it should be coming from the player who actually used the weapon. Command do fire. Command do fire. RPC fired. Hit point. This should be right. Hit in world space. That's good. Destination point. RPC. So we're going towards the let's use the gun. Go. Change it to the gun's transform so we can maybe see and slow it down. Slow it down. And keep forgetting how to build it. Post it. Yeah. Destination point. Oh, we didn't set the destination point. Yeah, I find the forum and the answer site extremely valuable. That's one reason why I've chosen to stick with Unity instead of Unreal, because it seems like Unity maybe has a better community about it than Unreal. And plus Unity's whenever I first started really getting into game development, Unity was the only cheap, good, easy to use engine out there. Unreal was still hundreds of thousands of dollars to license, so and plus I just really love C# and .NET in general. Ever since I had to learn it for Unity, I switched from like PHP programming on the web and stuff to .NET. There we go, our bullets are working. They shouldn't have collision on them, but forgot to close the client again. I'll build and run. Yeah, that looks better. Let's see us taking damage. Cool. Yeah, it would seem if you increase the interpolation on the network transform, it should smooth it out more. I'm going to try it real quick, see what happens. Let's see, I have it already at 5. Try 50. Oh, let's try setting that to 52. Grab snap threshold. So that's, I'm guessing the snap threshold is where it will snap to the destination position if it hasn't got to it in some amount of time. Let's try setting that up more too. See, if anything, it makes it look worse. Okay, so we're not disabling the character controller on remote players on death. That's one thing we can fix. Take 5. Let's see, where do we do that at? RPC dead. Get component, character controller, enabled equals false. Let's see, it's true. Oh, didn't mean to host it there. Well, we can test it. Okay, so it's disabling now. see. What do I want to do next? So we have some basic stuff in. Guess the next thing is to maybe put in a actual character. Get away from coding some. Let's see, where is... I think I want him. So, Peroid, if you're still around, have you noticed the stream buffering a lot or anything? I think it's taken a while to get this package in because I'm also streaming. Let's see. Definitely a slowdown. And of course, it's Windows 10. Let's see, we can't do anything while it's importing. That's one thing I wish they would change is, import packages in the background. That way you could still be working on stuff while it's doing its thing. Finally. Let's see. What will we need? First, let's. Yes. Instead of finding the body all the time. We could reference it. Wow, I can't believe I've been at this for 4 hours. I wish this would hurry up. It seems like Unity 5 just brought a bunch of slowdowns in general, especially with like playing a project for the first time in the editor, and then the lighting process. I have yet to get a successful light map bake at all. It just keeps going on and on until it uses all the memory, and I have 8 gigs, and the scenes I've tested with have been really small, but still manages to use all the memory. Pretty much forced where I have to manually restart my computer because I can't do anything with it. So I don't know, maybe my old graphics card, but I would think light mapping would be more CPU based. Oh yeah, that's about one of the first things I do too, is turn it off. But I've even tried manually baking it once. I've had a scene that was done, and it's a relatively small scene, and it would just go on forever, eventually use all the memory, and I have to restart my computer. I've never gotten it to actually finish, even manually, clicking the button. I never had that problem in Unity 4, so it has to be their new light mapping. And honestly, I like the PBR stuff that was brought in, but you could do that in Unity 4 with some assets, like the marmoset thing, I think. But let's see. So looks like Unity is, oh, it's the disk. Yep. I really need to get an SSD. Yes, I have plenty of space free. But also, ever since I've moved to Windows 10, it's gotten a lot worse. And it's this system and compressed memory crap. I wish there was a way to turn it off, because I never had any problems with disk usage in Windows 7. What's bad is after I import this, I'm going to have to import some animations. Ugh. Let's see, where are they? There are downloads, animations. There we go. I guess we could listen to some music while we wait. Let's see. Of course. What is this? Let's see. I think that's about the best music we're gonna get. See, we will need something to handle the animations, I guess. Could work on that. Finally important, but let's see. If is local player. Yeah. Local player page. So where do I want to put this? I'm gonna put it here. Animate. We will need to figure out the speed, or I think it'd be better to use the inputs. Float x equals input get axis raw horizontal for line vertical. I think that's right. X and Y. Yeah. Then we can set that to the animator or body animator to set float X is equal to X. Let's see, now I also want a trigger for getting hit by a bullet. And by that same thing, let's go ahead and destroy this as intended. Let's destroy the bullet. And let's see, for the not recoil, but impact, it's gonna have to happen Let's see, it might be a better idea on the RPC fired to pass it the network ID so that we can kind of make the bullet make sure it hits its target and be able to get a reference to it easily. I think that's what I'm going to do. I wonder if you can pass game objects through RPC. Well, for now, we'll just make sure and do a string. Go name. Go, and we need to update the bullet script. Game object, target. Well, that's not really going to work either, is it? Nope. We're going to have to pass it the name and the hit point. Oh, so you can pass them directly. Awesome. That way you don't have to do a find and crap. Find that. Okay, so where are we doing that here? Put that up here. And just pass it to G. We need to check if it's null. RPC fired. Okay. So use weapon, command, do fire. Let's see. So when the RPC fired, we know the game object. Okay. So actually we can do the impact effect whenever the bullet script destroys itself. Target. Target. gives a player, then we can call there is an attribute for client only. There we go. Void bullet impact public, and then we can do the animator body animator dot trigger and impact. Here we can just go to fire and then do a bullet impact. Go. Alright, so let's set up the player prefab to actually have a good model. Let's see, and we are okay, this song. Okay, we dealt with that. For now, let's disable that body and give him the camo dude. Okay. Does look like the camera will need to go up a little bit. That's probably too much. Let's look at the... Nope, the body needs to go down. So -1. 1. And maybe a little bit. Shoot. I think that's about right. Yeah. Let's see, we need to remove the avatar from or copy it and put it up here on the root. Okay, good. Now we can remove it here. And let's stick on a network animator. Stick that animator there. And we're gonna need our animations. But first, let's it's not really a prefab, but let's stick it in there. Let's create an animation controller. Or animator controller. Let's create the idle. Humanoid idol. See, and they are imported as humanoids, right? Yes, good. No, we don't want root motion. Not right now. Body go is going to be the survival. Character, the body animator. It's going to be that one. Let's see. That's good. That's good. I think we can build it and try it out. That was actually a pretty good song. Or music. Whoa. Oh, crap. Go back to it. When I thumbs it up. Sounds like some good music that would go into like the lobby scene or character creation or something like that. See, it looks like we can finally test it out. And object reference exception. I thought I did assign it. Crap. Yes, but didn't apply it. Oh, great. Maybe it won't take as long to build though. I wonder. I think whenever we get to the animator, I'm going to try using one of those 2D or 3D. I guess they're called graphs. Set up strafing and going forward and idle and reverse. Oh man, I was hoping building this time wouldn't take as long. Is it the 2D one that has like 6 points on it? It has like a upper left, top, upper right, and then you can pass like two floats in it and assign a animation to each, to like, I guess each point on that grid, or 6x6 grid, I guess. I'll have to look. What is it? Blend tree. Simple directional? No. Is it that one? Which one was it? Huh? Simple. Guess. Oh, okay, so any point on those. Okay. So humanoid idle would be at 0, 0. Let's add another one. Let's try forward. Humanoid run. Or I wonder if we can do something like halfway. Yeah, there we go. 0. They don't look halfway. Should have motions with directions less than 180 degrees apart. Oh, what? Let's zero it out. Okay, let's try run. What is this? Let's see. This should be 1. That should be like 0.5. There we go. Okay. You may need to edit, yeah. The bottom will let you play it and drag your inputs to whatever and see how it looks. Okay. Oh, I need to add some parameters. Okay. I need to add my X and my Y. What do I call them? Just X and Y. Okay. Let's see, parameters X, Y. That's what I want X to be. Okay, good. Zero those out. Okay, cool. Why is that going backwards? Yeah, why is it? Let's try changing this. This does have a weird coordinate-like system. See, when our X is 1, I want him to be running. But right now... Yeah, let's see. Let's try renaming. Well, horizontal. And vertical. Okay, like right now, vertical is 0. I think I might have it. There we go. Man, that is weird. I guess vertical's not really what a good name for it. There we go, I think. Vertical 0. zero everything back out. Shit. Okay, so right now we're at vertical 1, which means I want to go forward. No, that's not right. One, zero. Okay, I'll go ahead and add the animations and see what's going on. Let's see. Walk left. Walk right. No, not crouch. Walk left. Run left. And then walk right. Run right. Okay, so that represents forward. Walk left would be somewhere over in here. And then run left. Walk right. Run right. Seems to be doing angular math instead of directional closest. Okay. That seems to be better. The 2D freeform directional. Let's see. Actually, that does not seem to be better. Wait, yes it does. Yes it. Yes. Yeah, okay. I guess the simple directional is not the correct name for it. Nothing was simple about that. Okay, so right now we are at okay, so we need two more. Walk. And then just play the animation backwards. Right? Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Awesome. And we need a humanoid or an run. Oh, this seems to be working like intended. Vertical a little bit forward, to the right. Oh no, he's going to the left. Oh well. It's easy to fix. Yeah, I think that will work. We just need to switch. The right and left. Looks like. Yeah, because horizontal 1 should be right. See, so change this to -1, change this to 1, change this to -0.5, change this to 0.5. There we go. Wow. Let's see. I guess we can go ahead and try. I forgot even why I had built again. Oh, test out the dude. Cool. Well, Perward, I think I am done for the night. I thank you for all the help. It would have been horrible trying to figure out this grid system for that animation and all the other little helpful hints. I really do appreciate it. And I think I'm going to continue tomorrow night to try to get more done. Maybe get the animator fully working for the remote players, and maybe some sound effects too. But I guess I will see you later.